Well, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy. That's good. And that's good. And that seems to be good. I think we're good. Which means you go away. You do that. And we can get to work. Let's run this thing. That's right, we have issues. Templates for connections are not saving correctly. Well, they're saving, but they're not updating the UI when they save. We need to dig into why that is first and foremost today. All right. So, you. Chuck you down here for a second. So our room updates correctly. They're both being driven um by the controller saving. And it should be the template controller, not the skill controller. We're using skill controller to pull data. Which in hindsight, I might want to lift this up to a provider. It's probably fine though. We've already got it wired up. We might as well leave it. The That's right. We refactored that. That's why there's changes. There is a there's a value key here on the items. So that would kind of point to something not being correctly updated here. Unless there was a update items. Comes from here. We know it works if we add things. Update item. I wonder, because a room template, UUID is the only special thing in it, right? But a connection template, that has a difficulty check object inside of it. But I think, if I remember correctly, if we just put some text in there, it also doesn't update. So it can't just be that. But that should have updated. Yeah, it did update there. So the UI is just not getting the changes on a save. And then we fix that. Okay. And then in our room template, we do the same thing. I wonder, I'm not convinced that I still like the way we've tackled this problem, but for now it's fine. So we did the same pattern here where we create all our text controllers. We init our state. On dispose, we clean up all of the text controllers. This one has more because it's got more fields. Hey man, thanks for those good Go videos. Helped me a lot. Cool. Yeah, appreciate it. You're very welcome. I'm glad that they were helpful. The other question. We use the copy, and here we use that, which shouldn't matter. It should have the same UUID. We have our modified stuff. Got more fields. I want to get down below. There's our commented out bit there. Actually, that's an interesting thought. All right, yeah. Double check here. Yeah, I think we just stash. That should put that back to where it was before we refactored. Oops, not debug, just regular, please. And that'll tell us if we broke it during the refactor, which I don't think we did. But Yeah, no, it's still the same there. Not you. So yeah, this problem has existed for a little bit here. Pop that back off. Put it all back in place. And we don't have... Put you down here for a second. We do have the save. We call widget on save. Am I missing a step? Modified false. We validate. So we should do the validation. We didn't set state in here. That's our mistake. And we should validate the form as well. Oh, deleted. My squirrely braces. What am I developing? A map editor for a mud game. This one, right here. Now I've made it too big to hide down here for being out of my way. I guess I could hide over here too. So we need to do that. We also need to say the same thing we did here. If it validates, we go ahead and do the save. There we go. Betcha. That'll fix us up. So now if we just chuck in, there we go. Oh wait, that was room. Sorry, I got too excited too soon. There we go. Okay, yes. Yes is the answer. We have fixed the troubles. Now, we wanted to make sure that this also got saved, because this is a part of our refactor. And we can see that has changed, and if we put it back, it was perception 5 for this one. We save it. That's been changed. This lost its new lines. That's okay. We're going to put them back in just for now. They're a leftover of the old editor, but they're not doing any harm, really. Okay. And we can clean them up later. Okay. So that means that's done. And we can go back to this. And we can get rid of all this junk because it's all been swapped now for our new widget, right? And we're going to use the same thing here. We're going to go all the way down to the end of wrap. Wait, no, we decided to have wrap. Wrap is in there, yes, okay. Ooh. Wow, really? Can't type today. Skill selector drop down. We're going to get you new lined out so it's readable real quick here. Make a little breathing room. Okay. This should be skill controller. Number controller. And then this is... Wait. Name controller, number controller, skill controller. This is our... No underscore. This is our skill controller for getting the stuff out of there. We do have this. It's editable template copy. Use DC on modified. We're going to get a possible null, but that's fine. Use DC is going to equal whatever that is. And if we didn't modify things already, we're going to set you to true. And I'm going to put the underscore in there. Okay, that should take care of refactoring this. Seems all right to me. Which means we can get rid of all of this. Much nicer. Got everything all pulled out. We don't have... We used to have resolve selected item. Oh yeah, we did pull it over. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Because that needs to figure out what it is. Make sure that it's a skill ID. And if we expand... yeah, here's fine. We expand this to accept attributes. Well, we can determine which type the UUID is in here. Relate it correctly. Leave myself a note for the future. Alrighty then. So, let's get you scooched a little smaller so that I can still see chat. There we go. Now that we've got that pulled out, we're actually going to do, let's see, connection template, form, widget, map editor. What did we change in map editor? We deleted that. Okay, that's fine. Connection templates should not be changed. I think I just failed to reload after I did that. That's fine. There we go. Down to 3 changes. Map editor, yes. Selector dropped in. Yeah, okay. Extract a skill selector widget. Place it in the form widget. Get that pushed up. Okay. Meow. We need to now use this same thing in our other side over here in tile data, because these guys need to have connection DC stuff too, and we don't want to rewrite all of it. These widgets are different. That's why we're not using the same exact widget, same exact form. This one has a name. This does not. This has a description. This does not. These fields are the same, but I decided just to not worry about having a bunch of turning things on and off in there and just do 2 widgets instead. I don't know if I will regret that, but I did it. But we can at least reuse the widget, the drop-down widget. This one. Let's see. I think we're done in here for now. We're done in here for now. We're done with that for now. We're done with that for now. Be done with that for now. Manager workspace there a little bit. Okay. So, connection data form? Yes. We need to get in here a skill controller so that we can do the lookup to figure out what that ID is. We don't want it to initialize a new skill controller every time, so I think I want to put it up in the map. Not the controller, though. Map pane. Unless we already have it. Actually, I don't want to put it in here either. It needs to go at a higher level, because this map pane gets a map controller. This is when we load a map. It's going to have to be up here in the editor state, so that anytime we come to this page, we only have one. That's what I'm thinking anyway. And then we need to know the file path, which we had. We're going to pull skill controller up from here, so we use the same one in here too. This guy. Like so. This. Really? You won't? Oh, because you won't. Okay, I see. Skill config file path will need to get lifted. That's fine. Oop. Why aren't you available to me in my state? Oh, I can't access widgets. Okay. We're just going to put it up here. It'll be fine. It needs to come from someplace else eventually anyway. Like a config file or something. Oop. You will end up getting fed into there. Those others can stay there where they are for right. Meow. Skill controller. You go away. You become widget. You become widget. There we go. Now, how do I want to get you into the connection data? Because there's a whole mess. We have a map controller in here already. I just rename you. And I just say that you're required. As part of that. Then you can maintain it. And then down in here, we already have map state in here. So I should be able to just directly come down here. Exit message, exit description. Right here. I should be able to almost directly one-for-one pull in this whole widget. You need that. We do need to make these controllers. We don't have modified in this widget. That's fine. And we're going to need this one as well. While we're just yanking stuff around here. What we do have to do in here is set the unsaved tile changes on this on modified if it's not already set instead of the modified. Because we're driving that one a little differently. For better or for worse. Possibly for worse. We'll see. This guy, we need to have controller we'll call you skill controller here too. Oop, missed a spacebar. We need one for the number field as well. Like so. Like so. We need to make sure that we dispose of them on dispose. Like so. And then we also need to make sure on a dependency change and then our data is a connection data, which doesn't have, we didn't wire that up yet. Okay. That's a little bit of a problem. Let's fix what we can in here real quick. That's that. That's that. That's going to become data. I think. Wait, no. This is connection data form. Oh, it's underscore. That's what it is. And it won't exist just yet. We'll go fix that in a second here. Okay. Do I want them to be nullable? That I need to decide. I think the answer is yes. Change that in the right spot though. And then the this. No, it needs to be this. Oops. That's my... No. These are just text fields in here. Oh, text and a number. The templates have an object for them, which is fine. Do I want to still do that? I believe the answer is yes, because I need this to... Yeah, this is going to be a difficulty check object. That's okay. I just need to teach connection model what to do about that. And we're going to basically have the same logic here. This guy doesn't... It does support clone. Never mind, I lied. But this isn't as nicely packaged over here as it is in the template, because the template we changed a little bit. We got to be careful about changing the map stuff because the server relies on that file and its formatting. So we need to be cautious. We can commit to that change and then go change the server, or we can handle it here and just say, hey, we need that to move. It's spot skill is what it is. I'm gonna do this. But I don't want to do that. We don't need to do from JSON here. So if the spot skill is not null, then we can just do a difficulty check object. The skill ID is this, and then the DC, if it's null, it'll default to 0. And over here, it's spot DC. Otherwise, this field is null. Then we can do the same thing. I think it's use skill. And use DC, yes. Oop, forgot my square braces. There we go. What are you mad about? Did I forget? Oh, I forgot that. Okay. That's going to be deeply angry right now, but that's fine. String is not a subtype. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. You do need to be a UUID value. So we also need to do basically the same thing here. Is valid UUID from string JSON spot skill as string. And we need the same here, except for its use skill. And then we do this. From string that. And we do the same here. But we use this instead. Spot skill, use skill, and then this we make sure is an int. Like that. One too many commas. There we go. Now we have, didn't really want to full screen you. We have things and stuff. And there should be none because the only one, this is 3.1 to 2.1. This one should have something. No. 3.1 to 2.1. Oh, we haven't fed in everything just yet. I don't think. Yes. This is spot DC skill ID. Are you not? Skill controller, number controller. It would be down here. Oh, that's right. Because we don't display that. We do need to get the item by ID. Except for you are map state, skill controller, get item by ID. Spot DC, skill ID, can't be null in either case. And then we get the name. Yes, okay. And then the number controller value. Copy with this we can just use. Spot DC, DC to string because it's an int, right? Meow. You can't be null if we're here. Well, I guess this could be null. So we need to do a null check here, which is fine. And then we need to do basically this whole thing over. Skill controller value. Use DC skill controller value. Copy with the text being changed. Data. Use DC. Can't be null. I forgot. Map state. Skill controller. Get item by ID. ID being skill ID here. Can't be null. Number controller value. Number controller value. Copy with the text being set to data. Use DC. It can't be null. DC to string. Okay, there we go. Meow. We need to reload all that. And 3.1. Oop. Skill is not a subtype of type string. What have I done? I have forgotten name here. (3.1) to 2.1. This is that the way around. Reception analytics have both been set in there. That's correct. Meow. If we go and say you're a whoop. Okay. Ancestor dependent parent ancestor. Something in provider is wrong there. Hmm. Let me stop and restart just to make sure. Okay, yeah, it just hadn't reloaded everything correctly. Okay, so we set that to 6, and we say your athletics now, just to have something to change. We apply. That should change in here. Oh no, we haven't changed anything in the file yet. It should remain athletics and 6 when we click out and back in, and it does. And if we go here, was it not 3-1 to 2-1 via the west? Athletics 6, athletics 10. Oh, well, this should be using the same. What did we not update? Hmm. No. If we do that, that applies, but not this. Something ain't right. I've overlooked something. The Oh, you know what? It's because we put you in connection data form, which uses all these bits and pieces. But in the room form, we haven't wired them up yet. Verbose description. Wait, where's my... This is template form. This is not... Uh-oh, where did I put you? It's all that. My cell builder. Let's go higher up. Map pane. Map tile. It's not here though. It's in the tile data or template bar. No, tile data. Yeah. It's in tile data. It's a switch based on what we've clicked on. Da -da 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 -da. Room data form. Where do you live? You live there. You should live here as well. That way you all live together. Okay. It's because here... Connection data form. We haven't filled in the necessary bits and pieces here. This needs to have everything wired up to pass it through to here. Right? connection data form in my tile data. If you're one of these guys, well, no, then you have that. Okay, so why aren't you... Oh! On my save. No, that's not true either. Hang on. We're gonna tidy this up again real quick, and then we're gonna have a think. Map state, unsaved tile changes. So when we do our save, save lives in tile data. No. Should, yes. Ba 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 ba. Hearing things. Yeah, you should be over here. Because it's in the bottom. It's in the footer bar there. That's my top warning drop down. Delete forever. Apply. Here we go. Save tile changes, right? Makes sense. Connection updates. Update tile. Connection data. We update the connection data. Connection data clone. Clone doesn't support. We forgot. We forgot clone. Clone doesn't copy. We don't have a clone in difficulty check yet. We need to. We need to be able to do this. Like so. And then we can come over here. and implement clone. It'll look very much the same. You don't have that. Oh, I forgot this. And then int DC source DC. Need a comma there too. Okay, now we can clone you. And these can't be null. We just checked you. Okay, now I'm actually going to stop and restart that just to make sure everything new gets built in. And then we're going to come in here, West Athletics 7. We're going to apply that. And come back in, make sure. Yep, okay. And then here to the west, Athletics 7. If we change you back to Perception 5 here, apply it. It's saved there. It's saved there. There we go. Perfect. If you actually tell it to do the things, then it will probably do the things. Don't know if you know that about computers or not. All right, we made a whole bunch of changes. Difficulty check model, yes. Connection model. Connection model. Connection model. Connection model. Connection model. Yeah, the one I'm looking at right there. Yes, that makes sense. The editor. Yes. Because we changed the controller name. Pane and template bar. Pane. Oh, map controller rename. Yes. Template bar. Yes, we made changes over there. Also due to the rename. All of the connection forms. Oh, yeah, because we moved things. Yep. All right, I think we're good. Oh, and then the connection data form relocate. Yeah. Consume new. DC widget in forms the tile bar. Support DCs in the connection data model. Move connection model. Or not that. It was the data form. Form to the tile data folder. The rest of the tile data widgets. Perfect. Okie dokie. What? This is actually correct. What else do we got to do? That's fine. We'll do that here in a little bit. Once we finish. I think we're done with that. I think we're done with that for now. Should be done with that for right now. That's done. So we need to do these things. Before we do these things, we need to also add some spacing here so that these tiles are a little bit more distinct. Let's do that really quick. Hopefully really quick. And I think what I have to do is put them here. Is there a margin widget? There is not a margin widget. There's a container with a margin. This one just needs to be actually all, I think. Let's see what we like about, or we think about 5. That's actually pretty good. I don't hate that. That's decent. I also want to do gesture detector. Not a margin, mouse region. We do that. On enter, on exit, we don't really care about the event data there. How do I want to do this? I want them to highlight when you mouse over them. And I don't think there's a convenience widget for this, but let me just double check before we do this manually. Actually, material might do it. We can certainly try. I don't see... None of that is what I want. All right. None of that is all right. I'm just gonna assume that there's none at this point. That's fine. What we would need in that case. You're stateful, yeah. Finish that before it gets completely cold. Hey, Yaman, what's up? Um, so in that case, we're just gonna need to have like a hovered. Um, oh, except for that's not gonna be kosher. Okay, so we're gonna have to put them inside these widgets. Because otherwise it would make them all hovered when we hovered one. How do I stay consistent? I just do. Like, what do you mean? Do you mean like how do I like find the motivation to stay consistent, or yeah, so let's put this inside of these guys. Except for y'all are stateless. That's going to be a little bit of a trouble then. Motivation. Gotcha. Easy answer here. Oop. And I'm going to drop you a link. There you go. Drop it in both chats. That's the long answer. But the short answer is you promise yourself a certain amount of whatever. So I promise myself and also you guys that I'm going to be here streaming for, whatever that my schedule is, on whatever my schedule is. And I just don't break that promise. To myself or to you, basically. Okay. It's not the end of the world to have them rebuild when they get hovered, I don't think. But do I want to do that? The other thing I could do is be to make these stateful just for the sake of applying that, which kind of seems gross, you know? It can default to false, that's fine. And then I would do here... Oops. Color scheme, surface container, high? Give it a shot, see how it looks. I don't know if I can do this, though. You only exist on here, that's fine. So I could wire that up like that. And then I could go back to my idea of a mouse region on enter. And then on exit, I don't think this is going to work. But we can try it. Yeah, because it doesn't update. Hello to you as well. It's probably firing. Yeah, it's firing, but I would need to wrap these in set state is what I'd need to do. Which isn't the end of the world either. That's fine. But yeah, it's not picking up the change in the widget. I would have to get a little bit more involved with it to do it that way. Other option is just to put that inside of them and make them stateful, which isn't, I mean, it's fine in theory. Just do this. Like so. Like so. You need one of them. We only need to override create state. Turn that. Like so. And then I need my hovered to not be in there. And then wrap you in a mouse region. Oh yeah, I also need to do that. That's fine. Nope, that can't be that because I'm about to change it. On enter, same as we did over there. On exit, same as we did over there. Like so. This also needs to be set state though. There we go. Like so. So then the horizontals doop like so. I like that. I do like that. That is good feedback on the UIs. So that was horizontal. Diagonal. Stateful? What stateful? You class. I can't type today. Wait, no, this is the form. This is the wrong widget. Slow your roll. Wait a second. What did I even have you open for? Losing my mind. This is the one that I need to convert. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh my gosh. There we go. And then, right, create state. Turn that. That. You. Do I want to... make this a parameter? No. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. Happens currently to be the same thing, but... Oh, whoops. Too much copy. There we go. That. All the same stuff. Gets diagonals working just as well. Let's get verticals. like so. Create state. Get that. Get that. I want to make sure I put a little space in there too. My color gets replaced like so. My mouse region, if I copy enough bits and pieces, will drop in there. One of those. This needs to get swapped to widget tile data now. And now all of the connection tiles get highlighted when you mouse over them. Last one, room tile. You. Room tile, not room data. Like so. A little ahead of myself, but that's okay. Override create state. Turn that. Room tile, like so. Pull my... Oh, you don't have a color at all. That's fine. You can get one. The answer is just that you're null if you don't have hovered. Message retracted. Okay. Mouse region goes around the container. Chuck in another one of those. Perfect. Oop. That certainly didn't work. Oh, it's because you have a decoration? Yes, okay. We'll have to fix that, won't we? I believe box decoration has color. It does. Okay. You go in there. Don't need two of those. And now they highlight as well. Gone through it, and I feel my monkey brain is just making me stuck in my comfort zone. What do you mean? Get out of there, you. That's pretty decent. I like that. All right, let's go with that. See, diagonal, horizontal, room tile, vertical, map editor, and widgets. Map editor and map pane, that is. Yes, all of that looks correct. Add space between map tiles for visual distinction. Make tiles highlight a little when moused over. Alrighty then. Now, let's tackle whatever the hell I said I was going to do. Template. Drag to tile that populates. I probably meant something like that. So we need to read some docs and figure out what the dragging system in Flutter looks like. Oh, you know what else we need to do? Add confirmation on room/connection tile delete. Nothing, man. I feel like I'm making excuses. Things are not going the way I wanted. I mean, yeah, that's gonna happen, right? That's like things don't go the way we want. And that's one of the things that I wrote about in there was like, you know, why would something happen if I didn't make it happen, right? Why would I suddenly become the kind of person that could be consistent if I didn't do something to make myself consistent, right? It's not going to just happen. You gotta do it. You gotta figure out what works for your brain. Okay. Dragging and dropping. Drag and drop. Drag a UI element. Drag and drop interaction. Long presses. Drags it. Okay, sure. Long press drag of a widget. Okay. Dragging list item. Item image provider. Okay. Drag anchor strategy. Okay. So like where within this widget do we anchor? Makes sense, I guess. Data parameter. Okay. That's easy enough. That's our actual model. Drag target. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to do is get a draggable going, basically. Is long press draggable just a... I guess I could continue looking here. I wish this was bigger. That doesn't work at all. Okay, cool. Love that. Like, there's very briefly a little... Yeah. Okay, anyway. I'm going to assume that long press draggable is just a thing that's built in. So we need to wrap our template which is going to live... Pardon me. Could be this guy, right? Because you have a connection in you. Well, you have an index. And then you figure out what your connection is. And then you put in all the details. And then you are the actual display model. Okay. Well, hang on a second. This doesn't belong in here. This does. This, okay, I'm in the wrong folder. Yeah, that does belong in here, I think. I need to be in the template stuff. Specifically this form. The other one is where the draggable target's going to go. And you have controller and a template. Okay. That all makes sense. We need to... I guess it doesn't really matter. I think we can just wrap the whole thing. In theory. And this is going to be... a connection template, right? Type. Because that's what's going to go in here eventually. Feedback is required. Oh, okay. We're going to put feedback first. Dragging list item. Okay, so that must be... This is just a widget. Okay. What if I just did that for the sake of experimentation? And then we just need to put in one last closing comma, or paren rather. And theoretically, that makes a connection template draggable, right? Maybe not. I wonder if I could actually put this... This whole thing, yeah, is that column. What if we, instead of doing it here... Where are you? That's just the container. Where did I put you? I didn't reorganize you, did I? Template bar. Where do you live? You're down here. Okay. You need to live here. You need to live here. You need to live here. Everything is broken. That's cool. You need to import that now. You need to import that now. That's old and goes away now. Fix that. Refactor didn't work super well, did it? That. Y'all go away. Hello? There we go. Alright. That goes away. I need to fix you. Like so. And then something else. Like that. Like so. Okay. And then I need to fix the tests as well. Get your imports working correctly. Okay. I have to close like a million things after this, but that's okay. It'll be easier to find things in the future. You. And you. And y'all go away. You. Y'all go away. All right. Let's close all that. I'm going to close everything here. Except for these guys. Okay. That fixes that. Okay. Now. Draggable. Long press draggable. And I want to double check. That they don't seem to be doing anything with this teeny tiny little window they give me. And I haven't seen any mouse regions or anything like that yet. So I think it just comes with it. Unless I have overlooked it, which is 100% possible. Okay. So in our template bar here, as we're doing these fellas, room template controller, connection templates widget. If we wrap you, there's long press draggable. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Okay, let's take a look at that. Did we do... Yeah, connection templates. Don't see any dragging. This could also be a hot load issue. Things not getting rebuilt because I changed stuff on the back. Ah, okay. So these guys are getting in the way. But if I get over there, it'll work. Okay, so we need to fix that up to where... those widgets don't intercept it. Which they shouldn't. Basically, these are the only ones that should capture input in theory. I don't suppose... I guess I could do this. Not that one, this one. Select widget mode. Okay. You're just going to make my life difficult. That's fine. Be that way. Okay, so we have our scaffold. Tab bar view. Oop. Connection templates. Each of these should be an instance. Disable that. I want to know if that is... Okay, that's the whole thing. This view, long press draggable. Oh. That's not necessarily good. Okay, so it's the whole thing, apparently. Either that or this highlighting is confused. Because it seems to think the whole thing is my draggable. But I don't see that. Form data container. Container. The form. So this may be the more correct place to put that, for one. Still don't see... Long press draggable. Okay. Interesting things are being learned. We didn't really gain anything by putting it up there. I would like to put it in here, I think, because this is where we have access to the data. So I think it makes more sense in here. Let's do that again. Like that. Right? Seems pretty legit to me. Change this up real quick. Let's see. There. Okay. The long press drag lives there now. And I can't seem to grab it. Which is where we were before, right? That's why we started moving it up, just to kind of see how it behaved. Right here, long press draggable. So it should be around the outside, at the very least, that we can get a drag. But doesn't seem to be. We can also do this for the sake of... Yeah. So this kind of needs to be like on top, basically. But not on top of those. Let's take a look. See if anybody has... thoughts to share with us on that. Okay, no. No seems to be the answer. Let's see here. Something isn't right. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick and grab a beverage, and we'll continue trying to dig out what I have messed up here. Be right back. All right. That's better. So, get this started back up. Dig out what I have messed up on. Let's see. Nobody's talking about this issue. Which makes me think I've done something weird. There's also, however, a draggable. Just a regular draggable. Let's just see if they behave differently. That is a thing I've encountered in Flutter a lot. Is that widgets often behave differently. Seems to be a no. The other thing I want to look at... There's not like a... I know for mouse regions and or gesture detectors, there's like an opaque property. I think which has to do with whether or not they capture stuff. And the answer seems to be no for that. Wait. Ah. It's just not present outside of the child widgets. Okay. What if I wrapped you in a container? Just to see. Would that... If I can get my test there... Interesting. Okay. So no on the container. Is there... something in here... Hit test behavior, defer to child. Okay, so there's a hit test behavior. Opaque. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Does this say... Opaque targets can be hit by hit tests, causing them to both receive events within their bounds and prevent targets visually behind them from also receiving events. Okay. So that does that, but... No, these things still work. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. We don't need that anymore. I would like drag anchor strategy. Where was that? Pointer drag anchor. Is what they were saying. They just did that. Yes. Yes. Good. Okay. Now, what do we want to do instead of this test nonsense? We could do child and child when dragging for information about what is shown at the location of the draggable itself. And this is not optional, correct? Yeah. Location of the draggable itself should stay the same. I just need like to figure out what I want to do. Let's kick that down the road a little bit. We'll figure out the rest of the things first. We need to have data, right? Data. Data is going to be template. Like so. Okay, so that takes us with that. Now, the target here over here, these are all going to need it, I think. Wait, no. Which one did we say we're going to implement first? Here's a map editor. Oh, you know what? It's because it wasn't connection tile and room tile. It was it was the tile data guy. So that when we do we'll start with connections, that's fine. We drag you to here. Previously, it would just populate both sides with the same thing. And I think we still do that behavior. So, when we have none tiles in here. What do we have in here for a widget? Selected tile. It's a connection tile. It's still a connection tile. We add all connections. We just don't display, and that's going to be governed by the tile data sidebar. So this container is still going to exist. It's actually not diagonal. It's horizontal we're playing with. We'll keep it to the one that we're doing. So over here in Inspector, if I go to select widget mode, what are you? Oh. Selecting the widgets behind. Interesting. I didn't think those were rendering. Let's see here. We need to go figure out. Container lives up there. We do have a stack in here. So we just make this stack the target and we should be okay. All right. And how does that play with selected tile? When we drag and drop it, though, what happens here? Drag target on accept with details. Okay. So we just need to add that to the drag target. And then it can do stuff and things, right? Okay. This needs a type, though. And this might need a type as well. This is vertical. I don't want that. We're done with that one. We're in here. I think this also needs a type, which is going to be, in this case, connection template. Right? But we want this to work for both things. I think this is just an object. That's what I think. Yeah, put a builder in. Hang on. Oh, okay. I see. So the same thing we normally do. They have candidate items and rejected items. But this is not going to be the same. That's their thing. What is that doing in their widget? It's going to do this for now. going to return the stack. This isn't going to work that way. We need to understand more about what this wants first. Hang on. There's a time for YOLO and a time for study. And this has become a time for study. Candidate items contains the data items. The user is dragging. Okay. My voice has decided to die. Okay. In this case, the customer widget returns red whenever any item are dragged above the drag target widget. Configure the highlighted. Okay. Oh, okay. So candidate items. Okay. That's the highlighted. I see now. Okay. So I was on the right track. It does have... This is probably going to be a list, right? And then... like that, right? This returns the thing that it wraps. So we need to go down below... Need to go to the end of the stack. Except... Ooh. I think we're okay. So here they're returning the customer card, but this is not... Can't be assigned to the parameter type. Drag target builder. Object. Okay, let me just make sure that this isn't my problem. It is my problem. Okay. So what type are you then? Oh, you're nullable. And I also need to capitalize you. That's what I was misunderstanding. Okay. So, we have a builder then. The on accept with details function here. Details. What is details going to be? That's the details that come with this fella here. This one. Right? Details, data, customers, customer. Yes. Okay. So that's the draggable details. So here, oop. Right? Stack. Got my scroll view. Get tile data. Selected tile. If I was to do that, that means we need this. These should be private anyway. We need to create on item drop. Like so, right? But then we have to decide how we handle that over here. We could do... we could switch on data, right? What did I call you? Horizontal connection form? Wait, I don't need that open right now. Connection template. But that is the base. Is it not? The you don't have a type. Okay, that's okay. If it's a connection template, then we need to know what because we have the different models. We could add a thing that just says, hey, accept connection template and populate your fields correctly. Do I want to do that? Because there's a couple different use cases here, right? One is to drag this over into the empty, right? Okay, great. I want to have both of them get populated, or all of them get populated with this connection template, right? Both directions in the room. If that's a valid connection. Oh, this becomes a pain in my butt. But I'd also like to be able to drag you in here and say, great, south becomes that, right? So the need to know, like if this room doesn't exist, oops, I clicked on the wrong one. That's fine. If this room doesn't exist, then dragging this here should fail. So the need to know that or not kind of argues against putting it here. This isn't aware of its state, which is fine. The controller is. We don't have controller in here. We have the map state in here. Map state has the controller. So these are the two cases for the data coming in. This one we would then need to do another switch. but we don't know. We'd have to do, thought I had map state in here. I do have map state. Oh, but you're only in the build. Okay. We can make it a parameter that gets passed in. That's fine. Or we could move this up there. Either way, that's fine. Do I want to do that? The other thing we could do we could track somehow what we are in here. We would need to do... Well, then we wouldn't really gain anything. We still have to switch it around. How do I want to set this up? The other thing to think about is maybe I don't do it here. That would actually solve a lot of problems. if we take this out of here, we just go back to that, right? We need one of them again, though. Nope, I lied. So when we click on an empty, we don't have anything to drag target to here. In either, well, in this case we do, but not in this case. What if we did? Then we could let this worry, the form, worry about that. That might be nicer from like a development and, well, mostly development. But also, yeah, from what if you don't want to set both of them? Yeah? Maybe the user experience is better that way too. Okay. So that would make us need to do some display stuff, which is fine. Hang on, let's do this really quick. I'm gonna cut that. And then I need to delete that, right? So that has no longer been changed. I should have done this sooner. But we did a bunch of moving and stuff. Reorganize templates. New folder. And then I can put that back in. So this. We can keep playing with horizontal as a test bed, right? That's fine. Build form list, map state. We know what we are here. And instead of doing this, I'm not going to fix that. There we go. So a connection data form gets put in. You require an index, so you have to pull that out. The other thing we could put in here is just like a placeholder. Or we tell you that if you don't have a data, you display something else. If we do that way, we don't have to put a drop target on both. We only have to do it one time. We could do that. It's windy out there. Take a little peeky peek. Are we in for some wind? A little bit. Little bits of windy winds. No storm coming though, which is good. We'd have to do something else with this. If we stash that, that'll take this out of here so we don't have to worry about it. But also keep it easy to put back, right? This would out of index error, but we could give map state a little bit more brains and not let this reach into there. We could give it... We could make this an underscore. Ah, right. I'd have to do that manually, but that's fine. What is it? Oh, and then, will you let me rename? No, I still got to do it manually. Okay, that's fine. It's just kind of annoying. Right, that one's that. That one's that. And then you don't need that. Okay. So we could do that. And then... have a Git connection for this. And the only reason I wouldn't completely do away with this is because I believe that room data form. Let's see, template bar, I need tile data, room data form. Select the tile as room data, that's fine. But the connections, yeah. That would still need to use this, right? For that matter, so would these guys. At least for now. But... if I did a Git connection index or something like that... then I could return a null if you're out of range. And then you know... I can do a check here and make sure you're not null. And then in here, we can do a switch for null. And then instead of doing I guess we'd have to do something here too. Which shouldn't be bad. Because we do have the This is the case for when there's no when we're not expanded. We have the null check there. Label text just becomes something else. Would we be able to give it a meaningful name from here? Not really is the answer, because we won't know. The other thing that we could do is instead of skipping, okay, this is why we stop to think, right? On a, let's roll this back real quick. On setting a selected tile, add all, get connections. Instead of doing this, we could give them empty connections instead of nulls. So all of these guys have to implement this, right? It'll actually be... Wait. Oh, that's the form, not the, not the model. You. Connection data. You don't know about your neighbors, though. And that becomes... Actually, you do. Well, kind of. You've been updated. So map controller would need to not null when it when it's updates. When it updates to a null value, it would need to not null this. It would have to just empty out the data, which kind of sucks, right? But it would give us a way to determine if that's a valid connection from this level. Which might be kind of nice. And then we just make our fields empty. They can be empty strings. DCs can be null, that's fine. I kind of like that idea. It's going to be a pain in the butt a little bit, but it would be better for us at this level. Going to make it function more like room. Okay. I think we're going to do it. So it's going to start at the loading map state. Before I dig into this, I should make sure no tests have been broken along our changes today. I don't think they should, but that's why we have tests, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. Because we're about to break some stuff, I think. All right. Get out of all this stuff because we have to dig into the map controller. And it's going to start with loading. We do that when we come in here. Connection data table, we don't have them. We put you in place and just an empty one. So actually, what if I just did, what if this isn't required, but I do... Here, let me back that up real quick. Is it this syntax? I think it is. Except for... the syntax is all wrong. Unnecessary. Operand can't be null. That would be there. Then I can convert to use that. There we go. So that we can say, if you didn't give me a UUID, then I need one. That as well. Okay. We'll have to fix a test, obviously, here. It's already broken. That's fine. Oops. I need to switch all that to ID. It's fine. All of this replace with that. Ooh, except for... Yeah, that should be fine. Because we didn't change the JSON stuff. That's okay. Those... that... whoops. Can't do that because they're not all connection objects. It'll be just as fast to do this as it will be to figure out a good regex for this. So we're just gonna suck it up and do it. Get up there. Go where you're spotted. Oop. Is that all of them? No. How about now? Okay, good. Are you all... Nope. Don't have a ton of these in here, though, so it'll be all right. Like so. Oh, yeah, we were going to run Dart Fix. We'll do that here in just a second. We're going to check that out. See... See what it does for us. That should be done. That one we can just do. Okay. All right, let's do... have connection model give itself a UID if none, one is not provided. I'm happy with that to exist, sort of regardless of what we do here. While I'm thinking about it, yeah, it's gonna remove unnecessary non-nulls. I'm okay with that. Show me your work, machine. Cool. Love it. Run Dart fix to remove old null checks. Okay, back to what I was doing for realsies. So now you're just a connection data. Default value of an optional must be what? Oh, duh. But I can't because you're... Well, that wouldn't be const. But I can't do that. So I'd have to do the same thing. And I can't do that because you're not a const. You're generated. So I would have to say... That's not the right syntax, is it? I won't need this. That's fine too. Okay. So if I was to do that... They still don't show up here, but they should exist. Well, no, actually, I lied. Because we cleared them. Let's make sure this doesn't break anything really quick. Shouldn't, but again, nope, it does. Horizontal connection test. Okay. Tell me what I have broken. I need to run it here to make the UI show me this one. New connection. Unable to update connection tile data provided. What? Ah. Because we expect them to be null in here. But this is only actually used in tests? You know what? I think I forgot about it. I think we probably simplify map controller by actually using the tools we provided for ourselves. That'd be nice, huh? Okay. So. Let's change this up. Wait, hang on. So I think I'm just going to do away with this. We were trying to be really careful about things, but it's just not going to, it's not going to serve its purpose, right? It's just going to have to be, and I don't need those returns. It's just going to have to be simpler. It's just the way it's going to be. If you tell me to set this thing, I'm going to set the thing. That's what's going to happen. Okay, so we need to now go do this same process to vertical and diagonal connection tiles. That's the widget. I need the model. And then we'll go fix up all the things. Why are these set to late? I don't know is the answer. So we're going to take it out and see if I broke stuff or not. That might have just been a leftover as well from old stuff. Oh, that was, whoops. Delete item. We might need to change that. We'll see. This. Did I delete too many things or not enough things? That needs to come down here instead. Right? No. There we go. Vertical and then diagonal. What I could do is copy this. Like so. So that you all get your defaults. Update item. That. All of you get cleaned up like so. Okay. Now, these should all pass still because we fixed up the problem. Well, we'll save that for a second here. When we come in here now, it's going to happen both places, I think. Clear connection tile. Set the data. We still need this. I think here we just need to say if this is null, just create an empty one. Sure, you can do that. That's going to break our checking of the correct UUID. Which, had I stopped to think about it for a hot second, I guess I might have realized that, like, if we want to support overwriting things, it might be a thing. But also, actually, it might be okay. We're trying to avoid losing data. I'll have to think about that a little bit. But let's see. What the results of running the test set are here. Pardon me. Because we expected null in here. So we could change that, but let's think here really quick. The danger of allowing it to overwrite things is that data might get lost somewhere, right? Which is why we were checking and being kind of diligent about it. But realistically, this is the place to modify that kind of thing, right? And as long as we have like a reasonable set of tests around it to know that we're writing the correct things, the correct places, it might be okay. I'm not sure if I want to commit to this change or not. Because we do lose some double checking and stuff. But unless we support creating a connection object with a null ID, which I guess we could. But then we kind of run into the same problem where I guess we can say, well, write it, or if it's null. But there's more of a chance of having a null ID end up in the config file if we do that. Which is why it's not nullable right now. Because it's not valid without an ID. We don't know where to put it when we reload it. We've effectively corrupted the map, right? We've got extra data floating around. Don't know where its home is. No way to get it back to where it should be. So that might be an argument in favor of just allowing it to overwrite stuff. Target vector, we still need... this one's being vertical. We should check... We get the connection vector out of U. So we just need the target tile, and then we can say... Oh, right. This can't be null for a connection data. We can do that. Connection data. Wait, no. It's the other connection tile. Needs to be imported. That's fine. Update item. Con data. That would replace all of this mess, right? Which would be kind of nice. I do love replacing code. Cleaner, tidier. I don't need this. Oh, crap. I would need that. Crap. I need some of that to come back. Because we need to know which one we're trying to... What tile to address. That goes away. Because this is based on the parent. But we could do... that. Then we do that. And then at the end of our switch, might have put you in the wrong spot. I think it's just tripping on the fact that oh, actually, we just do that. And then this whole thing can come down here. That, do all of this. That I guess I would need to say if you're not null, do that. Then do that, else throw argument error, unable to determine target connection tile location. For parent offset location vector target vector. Could do that. This is going to break more stuff, I think. Valid vector coordinate. Invalid vector coordinate. Okay, that's fine. We would need to, in order to completely execute on this vision, this would need to be a thing we decide down here, I think, after we know parent offset location and make sure parent offset is not null. I would have to do that, which is not terrible. It's not the end of the world. I'm just not convinced I want to commit to that change. The main thing that I'm worried about is the overriding the data. But maybe I'm just being paranoid. It would simplify a lot of code here. That would be a thing. We would need to, instead of just making this, we need to figure out, yeah, the connection data part of it. So like right here, if this is null, we'd need a new connection data. We would need to say, rid of that real quick. Origin is parent offset location. Destination, except for these aren't offsets. So we'd have to work backwards from there or change the API for this function, which is not the worst thing. We have all the bits and pieces. We could say instead that you give me the parent tile. Or parent location. Where do you get used? In clear and in tile data. Update tile data. That would pull that down here, which I kind of like. So we say parent location. And then we can say parent offset location. Parent location times map offset. So we only have that in here. Origin is parent location. Destination is parent location plus target vector. And actually, that just becomes everybody's. That actually ends up living here. And then our delete works again correctly. It's still not null, but that's fine. 2 connections remaining, yeah. Yeah. Except for this is going to be the wrong place. But we don't even need the offset location, right? This needs to be parent offset, though. Because that's our connection location. No? Oh, because we're still feeding in. Right. Well, that's why it wasn't failing before. That. In that one. And then... In fact, you could pull origin down into there as well. So parent offset location, don't need you anymore in this function. Nor do we need you in this function. This overwrites, so that's no surprise. Same with that one. I could go with that. I could just do it. I think I'm going to, because it's simplifying a lot of things. We need to figure out what that to-do is too, while we're running around in here mucking with everything. Okay. This we can just have origin. And then we can figure out, oops. Oh my gosh. Buttons. The target vector, right? Easy enough. Origin. Ooh, no. We just need the current connection. Which, if we can do that... Well, yeah, because we need to update the map in here. We can do that. This becomes... the origin. So that puts all of that into there. That can be that now. This whole call gets simplified down to just that, which is nice. That seems a little awkward. This should be... That's actually optional, right? Oh, no, it's not. I would want here... Where do we actually use you? this needs to be like... We don't even use this anymore. That just doesn't exist. Oh, you know why? It's because we throw that exception. Well, that's fine. Up here... do I not have update warnings? Right? Oh no, I created you. That's for update room. Okay, yeah, I don't need that. That's fine. You... That wouldn't exist anymore either. I'd be able to get rid of that. We just handle it by throwing stuff. That was solved. I don't... I think I want to keep these. Except for I want this to be parent locations still. That's still that. I think it becomes easier to read this way. This then gets rolled back, oops, to origin and origin. There's a fly buzzing around my head currently. Little tiny guy, little fruit fly. And then this one gets rolled back to that, which is fine. I think I want the that though. And I'm gonna want these to be named because it'll make it that's not the correct syntax for named, is it? Dart make parameters named. Oh, named but not optional is what I want. Because naming them makes them optional. Named but required. No, okay. I think it's like square braces. Name parameters. Oh, it goes before. Okay. In this method. There we go. And I'm going to make that required even though it's nullable because I'm a jerk to myself. So. Parent location is that. Target vector is that. And I'm going to call you. Or just data. Call you data instead. Parent location. Target vector. Data. Okay. It's also going to break my test, I think. No? Ah, I never tested that function directly. Okay, that's fine. Okay. You should see a broken, lots of broken, but in the same expected ways. Okay. I think I'm okay with that, aside from the fact that I got to fix these tests. Update room. We figure those out. Clear them. Delete connection. Oh yeah, we gotta work on that still. So well, actually, hang on. It needs to be down here. To do. We need to set this empty one if, only if, the origin tile is not null. Except for that's going to break. No, we can't know that from here because we need to set the stuff before. So like in our delete room, right? We set that before we do anything, I believe. Connections to delete, yeah. Yeah. delete connections, and then we remove the room table and null the room. So we need to figure out how we want to handle that. I guess we could say, okay, so if we deleted the if we do this first, we still need to know we'd have to do a delete room helper. So that explicitly nulls connection tile connections if have removed that room. So we need to figure that part out. And my camera has gone all blurry. Fun. But we're coming up on 4 hours, so I'm going to call it here for today. This will be, we need to fix the test, we need to fix this. We'll probably do this first to figure out if we really want to commit to this. So, thank you to those of you who came to hang out. We had some great chats today. It's good to see you guys. I do this thing for about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, come back again tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time, and I'll be doing it again. I'd love to see you. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway, and I will catch you some other time.